Good afternoon everybody and welcome to the stream. I'm Robert from the El Magnifico Games channel, and today we're going to continue our playthrough of The Witness. Now we're quite a long way into the game so far as I can tell. I think we have 10 lasers already set up. Could that be right? There's one there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And there's another one there. Perhaps it's only 9. Double check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. So yeah. 9 lasers it would appear. Most recent thing we did was realise that what are they even called? The locks. There's probably a better name for that. The little panels that come across and prevent you from completing the puzzle have been released from this box, and this is the most recent puzzle that we've gained access to. Anyway, so a few things we should probably try to do this stream. One is figure out what's actually going on up here, because we don't really know. And there's at least a handful of puzzles that I know are left in the world which we haven't looked at yet. May as well start up here, I guess. Hello Pengy, it's lovely to see you. It's very strange to have to complete one of these puzzles with people in the way. I also noticed that there may be 2 solutions, because this is an exit and this is an exit, or an end point. Oh, and there's another one here. So there's probably 3 ways to finish this at least. Ah. Well, there would be. If it weren't for the people that are in the way. My guess, therefore, is that there is in fact only one way to do it, which probably requires you to be standing in exactly the right position. I have more than 7 lasers. I believe I have 9 lasers in total. Oh no, wait. Maybe I did miscount. 3 there, 2 there, that's 5. Another 3 there. That brings us up to 8, that's 9. And then there's the one down here, so it is actually 10. I feel like this person's legs are preventing us from ever having a good angle. Oh no, maybe not. Yeah, we can do it like that. This is a very unique and frustrating problem, I have to say. Thing is, if we're going to be able to complete this at all, it stands to reason we need to separate the white super ellipses from the black super ellipses. I mean, that is by definition the problem we're being asked to do. Which implies that we are able to, at least on 2 occasions, have a beam go from one side to the other. Judging from the gaps here and here, I'm guessing it's more likely then that this is the side I'm supposed to be doing things from. Or possibly it's opposite, one or the other. Now it can be its opposite, because then I'd struggle to get the beam out to begin with. This might actually be easier if I'm very, very close up, since perspective won't... the elongation due to perspective won't cut off as much of the available area. These statues remind me of some constructions at some communist countries. Okay, Jenny, thank you for popping by. Oh, I don't like this one. I don't like this one at all. I take it there's no way I can remove the statues. Presumably not. I don't like these statues, they're scary. What's so scary about them? Ah, I see. The cable I lit up by completing this puzzle. Not that it was much of a puzzle once we'd removed all the panels. Seems to be connecting to this puzzle here, which then presumably connects here and back round into the box. So presumably it will pop the door open on the box if I manage to finish this. Those men look like they're suffering, don't they? No, I'm not sure they do. This man's hard at work, clearly. That is to say that I think the grimace is due to due to exertation as opposed to discomfort. No, I don't see much evidence that they're suffering. It certainly is an odd display, I'll grant you that. This is such a strange one. Their legs being in the way mean that I can't sweep from right to left. I have more ability to do so over here, but only to a point. I take it the normal rules do apply here. That is to say, if I tried something like this... Wait. Why does the end disappear? The ends keep disappearing. Some of them. Okay, I think what the game's trying to tell me is that I need to connect one source to the end which is opposite to it. Now here's what I was wondering. I take it the normal rules apply and this will be rejected. Yes. Took me a while to solve this puzzle. Yeah, I get the feeling it's going to take me a while as well. Hello, Charcoal Dragon. It's lovely to see you again. I hope you're well. Well, I can't go through this individual's legs because of the bit of ribbon of cabling that's at the base there. I must say, I am finding this hard to meaningfully reason about. Interesting, my character will move their head if I'm sufficiently close. Since obviously as they move their head that changes which paths are possible and which are not. There isn't a trick to moving your head manually while you're doing these, is there? No. Not that I know of. can't get above them, can I? Oh, that's a leg. There's another statue up there. They look like they may be in distress. Well, I mean, fundamentally, if I'm going to properly... If I'm going to properly separate the whites and the blacks, there's only so many ways you can do it. Either I need to be able to get in close to each of them to do something like that. I mean, something like that would be equally good, but along those lines, or I need to be able to draw big sweeping lines that go from one end to the other. And the game's tried very hard to prevent me from doing that with gaps in certain positions and legs in certain positions. So, I mean, is there another way to get the same effect? It's just, it feels like no matter where I stand, I can get good access to one area, but then I lose... Hold on. Ah. Could this be more or less what they had in mind? No, probably not, because the character won't look down beyond a certain point. What about doing it from afar? Is there a good vantage point somewhere? Oh, I might be able to get two sides at once, though. And then I'm a bit stuck. Yes, due to where they're standing, I still have pretty good sight on these two sides. Right, that's the closest we've been yet. Right, where would we be going to? There. Oof. That doesn't look very doable. Not unless, like I suggested, I could get up high. These aren't climbable, are they? No. I mean, they don't look it, but there have been other parts of the terrain that we've been able to walk up, which it doesn't look like we should be able to, so it was worth checking. What about something like this? Hey! Thank you, Pengy. Question is, how do I get the rest? Yeah, the same solution's not going to work a second time, unfortunately. As in, I can't just mirror it. Well, one of them was possible at least. Ah, that's a problem. Good so far. That's 2. Now this last one's going to be the worst, I think. Thank you, Jenny. One to go, the impossible one. It's probably not impossible, but it does look to be by far the worst. Right, that's meant that the left black piece is completely separated, but I can't do the same on the right. I don't think I'll ever be able to do the same on the right due to the placement of that foot. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I think about it in terms of keeping the white ones contained or keeping the black ones contained, as long as they can't as long as there's no path that allows them to touch. But fundamentally, I have to be able to see this point, and I have to be able to see this point. And I can't see both all of that line and all of this line at the same time, so far as I'm aware. Not and also have sight on that. It's difficult. Take it having opened these doesn't help in any way. Don't think so. No, it has to be that one. Maybe. No. Do I just have to be standing on the exact right spot or something? Indeed, the impossible is difficult. Expect some longer time on that one. The impossible one. Forgive me for being foolish. Indeed, what is the purpose of these puzzles? Which points objects would you need to pass through? I need to connect a source, which is a circle like this, to an end point, like this. But depending upon what's on the grid, there are other constraints. In this case, I need to make sure the path the beam takes completely separates the white points from the black. If I tried something like this, then it would fail because these black points aren't separated from that white point. And the same with this. No, I can pass through lines that are adjacent to the white points. I just have to make sure that the beam traces a path which completely separates the white points from the black points. Is there a difference between this side and that side? Yes. In this case, the source is on my right hand side. In this case, it's on my left hand side. That makes a difference because... Wait, does it? No, it doesn't. Because the positioning of the source and the end point are also mirrored. So yeah, they are actually mirror images. I don't see... Well, there is a difference, I suppose, in terms of the the pose of the statues. I suppose in theory that could make a difference. It certainly makes it harder to see the source. Still don't quite get it, but good luck. Yeah, this isn't an easy one to demonstrate on, because usually I don't have statues in the way. If it weren't for that, it would be fairly easy for me to give a series of examples that clarifies. You cannot draw a line you cannot see, so the placement of the camera is important too. If a line covers a line, then it's not accessible. That's to say that the line isn't allowed to cross itself, so I can't. I'm stuck here, I can't go back. Whereas if I'd reached this position a different way, I could. But yes, what Pengy said. This is interesting. The placement here means that I can't... I can't contain this black point on all three sides without also risking sight of the end point, which is suboptimal. Yeah, and the placement of this here and the statue here make it very difficult for me to find a spot where I could conceivably contain this black point on three sides, just about be able to see the exit, and also be able to thread the beam through there. Again, I just can't help but wonder, is there some special place I'm supposed to be standing to make this possible? Ooh, hello.
Up there, you go around every hour and a half, time after time after time. You wake up usually in the mornings, and just the way that the track of your orbits go, you wake up over the Mideast, over North Africa. As you eat breakfast, you look out the window as you're going past, and there's the Mediterranean area, and Greece, and Rome, and North Africa, and the Sinai, the whole area. And you realize that in one glance, that what you're seeing is what was the whole history of man for years, the cradle of civilization. And you go around down across North Africa and out over the Indian Ocean, and look up at that great subcontinent of India, pointed down toward you as you go past it. And Ceylon off to the side, Burma, Southeast Asia, out over the Philippines, and up across that monstrous Pacific Ocean. Vast body of water. You've never realized how big that is before.
So they're heading east.
You finally come up across the coast of California and look for those friendly things. Los Angeles and Phoenix, and on across El Paso. And there's Houston. There's home. And you look, and sure enough, there's the Astrodome. And you identify with that, you know? It's an attachment. And down across New Orleans, and then looking down to the south, and there's the whole peninsula of Florida laid out. And all the hundreds of hours you spent flying across that route, down in the atmosphere, all that is friendly again. And you go out across the Atlantic Ocean and back across Africa. And you do it again, and again, and again. And that identity, that you identify with Houston, and then you identify with Los Angeles, and Phoenix, and New Orleans, and everything. And the next thing you recognize in yourself is you're identifying with North Africa. You look forward to that. You anticipate it. And there it is. That whole process begins to shift of what it is you identify with. When you go around it in an hour and a half, you begin to recognize that your identity is with that whole thing. And that makes a change. You look down there, and you can't imagine how many borders and boundaries you crossed again and again and again. And you don't even see them. At that wake-up scene, the Mid-East, you know there are hundreds of people killing each other over some imaginary line that you can't see. From where you see it, the thing is a whole, and it's so beautiful. And you wish you could take one from each side in hand and say, look at it from this perspective. Look at that. What's important? And so a little later on, your friend, again those same neighbors, another astronaut, the person next to you goes out to the moon. And now he looks back and sees the Earth not as something big where he can see the beautiful details, but he sees the Earth as a small thing out there. And now that contrast between that bright blue and white Christmas tree ornament and that black sky, that infinite universe, really comes through. The size of it, the significance of it, it becomes both things. It becomes so small and so fragile, and such a precious little spot in that universe that you can block it out with your thumb. And you realize that on that small spot, that little blue and white thing is everything that means anything to you. All of history and music and poetry and art and war and death and birth and love, tears, joy, games, all of it is on that little spot out there that you can cover with your thumb. And you realize that that perspective, that you've changed, that there's something new there. That relationship is no longer what it was. And then you look back on the time when you were outside on that EVA and those few moments that you had the time because the camera malfunctioned, that you had the time to think about what was happening. And you recall staring out there at the spectacle that went before your eyes. Because now, you're no longer inside something with a window looking out at a picture. But now you're out there, and what you've got around your head is a goldfish bowl, and there are no limits here. There are no frames. There are no boundaries. You're really out there, over it, floating, going 25,000 miles per hour, ripping through space, a vacuum, and there's not a sound. There's a silence, the depth of which you've never experienced before. And that silence contrasts so markedly with the scenery and the speed with which you know you're going. That contrast, the mix of those two things, really comes through. And you think about what you're experiencing and why. Do you deserve this? This fantastic experience? Have you earned this in some way? Are you separated out to be touched by God to have some special experience here that other men cannot have? You know the answer to that is no. There's nothing that you've done that deserves that earned that. It's not a special thing for you. You know very well at that moment, and it comes through to you so powerfully that you're the sensing element for man. You look down and see the surface of that globe that you've lived on all this time, and you know all those people down there. They are like you. They are you. And somehow you represent them when you are up there. a sensing element, that point out on the end. And that's a humbling feeling. It's a feeling that says you have a responsibility. It's not for yourself. The eye that doesn't see does not do justice to the body. That's why it's there. That's why you're out there. And somehow you recognize that you're a piece of this total life. You're out on that forefront and you have to bring that back somehow. And that becomes a rather special responsibility. It tells you something about your relationship with this thing we call life. And when you come back, there's a difference in that world now. There's a difference in that relationship between you and that planet, and you and all those other forms of life on that planet, because you've had that kind of experience. It's a difference, and it's so precious. And all through this, I've used the word you because it's not me. It's not Dave Scott. It's not Dick Gordon, Pete Conrad, John Glenn. It's you. It's us. It's we. It's life. It's had that experience. And it's not just my problem to integrate. It's not my challenge to integrate, my joy to integrate. It's yours. It's everybody's. Russell Schweikart, 1975.
Interesting. I didn't get all those names. So, so I know the solution. So as usual, ask if you need a nudge, but only if you get too frustrated. Think I have it. Indeed. The other thing was, I was listening to what they said. Obviously, I mean, it was towards the beginning, it became obvious that they were talking about an astronaut that was orbiting the Earth. It's clear they're going west to east. I don't know what EVA stands for, but that's interesting. That's probably the name for some sort of operation they perform. Like, maybe that's the code they use to, or the abbreviation they use for a spacewalk. I don't know. Maybe it's some sort of measurements they take. But it's probably something along that lines. Oh, it is a spacewalk. Okay. It sounds like they're almost certainly American. The person that was speaking, that must be that David Schwartz, was it? Oh, I've probably forgotten their name already. But it was something like that. I also noticed they mentioned about going at 20,000 miles per hour. Well, if they're going at 25,000 miles per hour and their orbits are their orbits are 1.5 hours each, that means that they are travelling 37,500 miles in each orbit, which ends up working out as they must be above the core of the Earth, the very central point of the Earth. They must be about 12,000 miles, which is about 19,000 kilometers. I was going to look up how high sea level is above the core of the Earth, because then we would know how high in the air they are. Of course, there's a good chance that none of this is relevant. Oh, okay. One website here claims that the core is roughly 2,900 kilometers below sea level. So by that logic, or by using those figures, that would suggest that they are about 16,300 kilometers above the Earth. Oh, 1.5 hours should be the altitude of ISS. I think that's the International Space Station. I think ISS has 30-minute orbit time. So about 16 mega meters. They must be above the Earth. Don't know if that's going to be relevant, but just stuff interesting, just stuff I was noting. So there's cameras all over the place, clearly, unless these were recorded a long time ago. Interesting. Is that one that I'm supposed to complete? Oh, for goodness sake. Is there anything else here? Well, this is certainly a very interesting locale we've stumbled across. Oh my goodness. That's quite remarkable. Wait, what did I do wrong? Oh, I didn't separate them properly. No. That'll do it. Go over to the other side, round like that. There we go. Oh, by the way, I think there is a warning missing here. The puzzles on the walls in the tool room may flash. You'll see no real spoilers. So if anyone is sensitive to flashing lights, then it might be a good time to just look away. Oh, thank you for letting us know. So yes. What Penky said. This could be easier. There we go. Huh. It's wrapping around. Oh no. They're going to end up being more and more out of alignment, aren't they? Oh, I can't interact with it. That's unexpected. Oh, I see. But this isn't fun. This is just obnoxious. getting more obnoxious by the minute. Oh, I think I see the problem. This does present a problem. When you think there are no more ways to make those panels challenging. Well, I mean, if you're going to resort to things like this, you can make this as challenging as you like. You could, for example, decide that the player's been struck blind, and now they have to complete them without the benefit of vision, just using their ears, but, like, that's not... I don't find this particularly compelling. Oh, I think I see. That's what I should have done. Wait. This is what I should have done. Although then this bit becomes a problem, doesn't it? So perhaps I was wrong about that. now there's no way back. Or was that not right? So we've got the 3 there. Then this carries on round. That's right, isn't it? Because we have the... horizontally, we have the 1x3 in the bottom left, and in the bottom right we have the 3 which is vertical, and then that connects to the L shape that's been rotated around. Oh, the bottom one can't rotate, thank you. Well, then it has to be that way round, because there's no other way to make them fit. Gosh, but that makes this bit hard. We tried something like that before, didn't we? And it didn't work. Yes, and I can see why it doesn't work. Ah, there we go. That wasn't too bad in the end. You've got to be joking. Oh, why? I'm copying this out into my notes and solving it on a in a medium which is less obnoxious. Nearly there. That's nearly there on the copying, not on the solving. Right, I think I've got all that down. Yep, that looks right. Oh, goodness. Right. I think pairing up the stars is going to be the hardest part. Okay, see what they've done there to make my life harder. Okay, I think I see the solution. We'll have to see if this works. I go up to here. Separate that black piece, separate that up to the top. Done. Wow, that's annoying. Going to have the same problem. Oh, that was right. I had to do that, didn't I? Ah, that makes life difficult. So it's probably supposed to be more like that. Except... more like that. Well, while we're here... wait. Interesting. close. Not quite. That presents a problem. Oh wait, that can't be rotated. How's that even? Oh, because I can shift them. Of course I can shift them. Nearly. Oops. Hmm. I mean, I could have them the other way around, I suppose. What would that look like? Something like that. Oh, whoops. And we run into trouble. Oh. No. Hmm. the old strategy. There we go. Don't know where that goes. Oh, to another one round the other side. Wonderful. Not all the same solution I had. Ooh. Oh. The thing is, it may make the game more challenging in a very literal sense, but it doesn't make it more intellectually challenging. It's just annoying. I think there's a point there, a point there, a point there, and a point there. So perhaps to here, round to here, up round here. Hold on, here, here, here. Can I do that? No. Definitely approached it as an intellectual challenge, but more about memory and ability to trying to focus on what is relevant. Since it became a question about being able to memorize the puzzle and visualize it in your mind, but just use what you see to verify the mental picture you have. I mean, there's some truth to that, but if that's what they wanted to do, they could have done it much more cleanly. Such as soon as you interact with the puzzle, the screen goes blank, for example, other than the line that you're drawing. The way they've done it here is just annoying, I think, in my opinion. So when moving or spinning too quickly, I close my eyes and try to picture how I expect it to look. Well, I see what you mean, but you still have to input the correct path, and you can't do that with your eyes closed. Wrapping it is a spatial intelligence test. I'm not sure it really is, because like Pengy says, you can just memorize it. Or write it down. Was there another one of those? Ah, there's one there, which is going to be very difficult to get to. Ah. Interesting. But yeah, I do appreciate what you're saying, and you do make good points. But I really just do think it's obnoxious as opposed to clever. Oh, we haven't had one of these in a long time. One of these symmetry puzzles. Oh, thank you. See, this is more about just remembering. Ah. could be wrong. Could be that it wants me to change my position. As well. There we go. This is interesting, because I'm not going to be able to pass the beam into an area that I can't see. So it must be the case that I'm expected to find a position where I can see all of the points. I don't see... Oh, but it's a symmetry one. That's how... Ah. Oops, that was careless. I assumed that I couldn't complete this one because it's got all these little black lines across it, but no, okay. That's not actually supposed to be limiting me in this case. Oh. Does make things harder to read though. Please stop repositioning me, game. Oh, this is just so annoying. Okay, there, and there. And there's probably points that I'm supposed to... Oh. Let's see again. Oh, I'm supposed to go over that point. That point and that point. Oh, there's also bits down there. Oh, this one at least was the one I was referring to. Thought it was earlier. Ah. Sorry, I've been a little quiet, haven't I? Thing is, it's not so much a challenge of figuring out what to do and therefore explaining the steps, or at least what's going through my head, so much as I'm focusing very hard on figuring out what it is I can even see. Right, this section here is challenging because you've got black, white, black, black. That's going to require a U shape, isn't it? But because I have to go through a hexagon here, the game's trying as hard as it can to deny me that. That option. Because I have to also separate the white one here in the top left corner from the black. Maybe I'm looking at this backwards. Maybe the goal here is to capture all the black instead of all the white. There we go. Thing is, I'm bound to have got this wrong, but I won't even know why until it starts flashing the mistakes at me. Yeah, how could I have known that? Okay, that one at least wasn't too bad. Oh well, progress has been made. Onwards we go. Ooh. This was probably visible before. If I'd known to look. It is a nice view. More statues. More flashing lights. Wait, that won't work. Oops. This one is challenging. I have to pair up the two 8-pointed stars, but that means the bulk of the board needs to be exposed. Which means I can't do things like that, or this. In theory, I just need to separate the two cyan, but I just can't think of a way of doing so which doesn't block off my... It doesn't either separate the two 8-pointed stars or block off my exit. So those two are both cyan, I believe. These are all yellow. If I contain those, how could I possibly contain this one without blocking off my exit or causing these stars to be separated. Trouble is, I don't see how it's possible for me to do something over here and then do something over here without bisecting the board. It all comes down to my first move. Do I go right or do I go up? Because I then can't go back on myself and go the other way without going across the board. I mean, you might think, well, couldn't you do something along these lines? But then my exit is blocked. Hello, it's lovely to meet you, Terminus Ooze. I hope you're well. So I could contain something on the bottom right side about the central line. If you imagine a central line coming from bottom left to top right, I could do the bottom right side or I could do the top left side, but I can do both, so far as I'm aware. Because once I'm up here, I can't go across here without bisecting the board. And both the cyan and the yellow each feature on both halves of the board. Does the game show me what's wrong? Yeah. So those definitely do want to be paired up. Wait, they can pair up with their own colours, can't they? I'd forgotten about that. Wait, what colour's that then? Is that cyan? Yes, okay. That's making more sense. Huh. Wonder what it didn't like. Maybe it didn't like having two yellow ones there. Surely it must be that to start with. It definitely doesn't like that. Yeah, it does not like that. Ah, that's not going to work. That's going to block off my exit. Hmm. So that needs to pair up with one of those two. That needs to pair up with this one, that one, or that one. That does it, doesn't it? There we go. Got there in the end. Oh, wonderful. I should probably update the stream description, shouldn't I? The stream title, I should say. Right. Flashing lights warning. Wouldn't want someone accidentally stumbling into this. Right, so that must be the same as that. Yeah, this puzzle set is great, in quotation marks. Yeah. I haven't liked the puzzles inside the mountain so far. On the other hand, the next set is probably my favourite set in the game, so there's that to look forward to. That does sound promising. Right, those two match, don't they? I'm curious whether I can match this to the shape. Since I don't think we've seen that in a puzzle before. Matching an eight-pointed star to a matching shape. A matching coloured shape. Did you do the star area to completion? Star area. I don't know. Probably not. Or I'd no doubt be able to give a more useful answer. I'm trying not to spoil too much with my questions. I appreciate that. Oh, goodness me. So this seems to match to that, or that. But then I couldn't properly separate that one, could I? Seems so much more likely that it's that we solve it something like that. This one's really awkward though. Hold on. If the shape were this way round, it would be impossible for me to also properly separate this one from the others. It just couldn't be done. So this shape can't be that way round. It can't be this way round either, because we run into the same problem here. Can't be this way round, same problem here. Nor this. What about that? Maybe that. But if we did that, this wouldn't be paired up with anything, so we can dismiss that as a possibility. That's strange. Seems like I've dismissed everything there. Supposing it is this way round, and that creates a pair. Specifically, what can't we do then? Well, we have trouble over here, don't we? I suppose actually I could separate these two still though, if I could get the beam round. Because I could do that. What problems would we then face? I'm not sure if this star over here would be happy if it was with 3 other shapes. To pair up, it may want to just be on its own with them. And that's to say nothing about the obvious problem that, as it currently stands, we can't make it back to the exit. The green ones are in with the magenta now, which isn't much good. It's not obvious what I could do about that either. I can see what I could do about one of them. If I went down like that. But I know, I'm really confident now that the star would not be happy. Oh no, because it does... Ah! Hold on. There we go. Just to verify that I'm right that this wouldn't work. Wait, it would be there. There. Here. Right, I'm not expecting this to work because I think the star in the lower right is not going to be happy. I can't even tell what it's telling me is wrong. It is very very difficult to see. Oh yeah, it's very difficult to see. It's also very difficult to see how I would fix the problem if it is that the star there wants to be with only a single supraellipse. I cannot for the life of me see what it thinks is wrong. As in, I intellectually I have a guess, but when it's incorrect, I cannot see the indicators of what's incorrect. Try it again, I'll tell you. That's very nice of you. I think it's that bit, but I cannot see. It's just a star in the lower right. Okay. So that's as I suspected then. Which is, in a way, good, I suppose. I don't think it's possible to separate these two and also have them separate from these two. It would require too many lines, which the beam can't do because it can't cross itself. So it must be the case that this is supposed to pair up with that. Oh, I see what I did wrong there. Closer. We know there must be a line through here. We don't know which way round. As in, the line could be going from left to right or from right to left, but there must be a line which travels from there to there. Trouble is, we keep getting into trouble at this point. We want to complete the L shape, but this is the first line on the L shape, so if I go here, then obviously it's not completable because I can't go back on myself. But then where do I go? I mean, I could go over here or somewhere, but then we've also got another line up here that overlaps with a line we need for the L shape, so that doesn't help. It's like we want to get over here but lower down. But the problem is we've cut off all the routes to do that down here. And this is too early to make the L shape because then we have no way back to make the separation here. And that's no good. For multiple reasons. This is interesting. At this point, the only two green bits left are the star and the L shape. Maybe then, if I did something like that... but then the L shape is in trouble. What if I dipped down here, went round like that? Maybe? No, because I still can't get back there. What if I took them out like so? Then did that? It's just a star that's probably going to be unhappy. Yeah, I think. As far as I can tell. All I need to do to make this work is get the star on its own with one of the magenta super ellipses. Can't be either of the two top ones though, because the line here precludes that. Because we must have a line here that is not optional. Where we can't then create a line here. Oh, that wouldn't have worked anyway. That's what I was thinking of. Perhaps I come down from above. Well, that's actually more from the side, but still. But I still haven't properly isolated this. This would need to be isolated from that, and this would also need to be isolated from that. But then it's impossible to isolate these, isn't it? What about that, and then that? I think we've got it. Oh my goodness. That was a challenge. Progress. Blimey. I wonder if this was actual concept art for the game that they then decided to scan and put into the game. Seems likely, doesn't it? Most of this seems very competently drawn, and I doubt they'd have paid artists to make loads and loads of sketches just for this section. It's possible, but I think it's more likely they were reusing concept art there. Oh, we have another one of... I assume this is going to create another bridge. Oh, and this time we have 5 exits? For some reason? Right, that exit is probably the final exit, I would guess. Because it's sealed off. 2 of those exits seem to take us back to the start, where we came from. So we're probably aiming for one of those 2. Okie dokie. Oh, this isn't going to be as easy as it looks, is it? There's going to be some reason this is wrong. Oh, no, I take it back. Oh, for goodness sake. Oops. Oh, of course, they need to be paired up, not separated. Well, that makes life interesting. Hmm. I will admit, this is a decent puzzle though. Unlike a lot of the puzzles we've been doing up till now in this mountain area, which just seem obnoxious, this is, in my opinion, a much more sensible puzzle. I don't suppose this is the one that you said was your favourite, is it, Terminus? Yes, I thought it might be. Well, it's certainly a concept that makes things challenging. How can I keep the greens matched up? when I have to create a shape across here. I mean, I can't think of any. I'm not even allowed to rotate, am I? In fact, there is only one position that is... No, there's two positions that are technically valid, but there's one position that's valid because none of the others are possible. Since I can't rotate, this piece has to be in exactly this position. It couldn't be, say, up here, because then it wouldn't be included in itself. The origin point of the shape would be in a gap, which doesn't work. This piece, in theory, you could shift it down, but then you have a floating shape in the middle of the board, which you can never connect up, because the beam can't cross itself. So we must have a shape like that. There's 3 positions that are valid for the shapes if you ignore the stars. Really? They can't be rotated. This shape can't be moved. It's in its only valid position, because you obviously can't have a piece going off the edge. This piece could be here. Again, you can't have bits going off the edge. Could be here or could be here, but as I say, then you end up with a floating shape. Oh, you don't end up with a floating shape because it's connected over here. Ah! Okay, that is another possibility then. That makes 2. Is it possible you don't have all the rules for the shapes, or are you forgetting something? Oh, I can... That's true. I can also rearrange them, can't I? As long as I touch all the points. So I could swap them around. That actually leaves quite a few possibilities. Because the 3 could be here, or it could be there, and the truncated L could be here, or it could be here. So that's 4 more possibilities, so I make that 6 now? So what are they? There's that's 1. Well, that's 1. Then that's another, that's 2. Then that's 3. That's 4. That's 5. Oh, I can't do that one, because I'd go back on myself. So I think that's at least 5 that you could do. That raises some more possibilities then. Wait, I had to cross that point, didn't I? Oh, I reversed that. So what I said previously may not be true. So what are all the shapes again? We have that. No, that's not right. We have that. 1. We have 2. We have 3. No, 3. 4. Five, if I've not made a mistake. But all of those are liable to... Actually, they're not all liable to, are they? So let's go through them again, but this time keeping a close eye on the right hand panel to see which ones might allow the green stars to match up. So we start with that, didn't we? That could work. Okay, what other requirements do we have? We need to go through there. Ah, that's where we run into a problem. And that's a problem. Goodness me. The thing is, there's no way we're getting the green star inside the shape that we've created, and it also match up to that green star. So it must be one of the shapes which doesn't include it. But it can't be that, because that completely cuts it off. Must be that, I assume. I mean, I can't think of a better shape for it. I suppose, strictly speaking, it could also be this one. But that one makes it impossible to separate the magenta star and the green star at the bottom, because we've already surrounded it on 3 sides. Wait, no, that's not true, because I didn't have to come in that... No, I did have to come in that way. Yes, I did have to come in that way to make that shape. I suppose, though, couldn't we do that? That's another possibility. This is looking even more likely, because that actually gives us some wiggle room to separate the magenta star at the bottom from the rest. But how are we going to do that? The trouble is, it still needs to be connected to the other magenta star, so we can't just put a U-shaped path across it to contain it. And owing to the fact that we need to cross over here to pick up a hexagon, we can't easily contain those two together either. We couldn't cut across and do something like this, I mean. That wouldn't be valid. Let's see, if we were going to do it that way, we would need a line here, we would need a line here, and we would need a line here. There's no other way around it. But we'd also have a line here, which I think means they would be separated. I can't see a way I could have a line there and the two magenta stars still being contained in the same area. So I think that rules this shape out. But I can't imagine a shape which gives us more freedom to move without also containing the green star, because we pushed the shapes up to the highest point they can be, while still leaving the top green star in the largest region, so it can go around the outside to get to the evergreen. We know we can't connect them up just using the shapes alone. There's no configuration that does that, and also touches all the shape origin points. I mean, a very simple proof for that is the bottom right green star how would we reach it? We'd have to reach it from above, and that's 4 squares. We can't make 4 vertical squares. If we put the 2 shapes on top of each other to do so, then we wouldn't be wide enough to hit both of the origin points. So the green stars must be touching each other via the outside of this shape we're creating. Yet this requirement to have a line here just seems to make it... I mean, it seems to make... At face value, it seems to make a solution impossible. I mean, I'm sure it isn't. I'm overlooking something, but... Have you tried drawing it the other way? You mean going around this way? What would it be? Or perhaps you meant more like this. Because I'd considered that earlier but dismissed it much more quickly. Because it was clear I wasn't going to be able to separate the magenta from the green at the bottom and not contain either of them. No, I meant the line. You had the right shape. Just have to go through there. Make sure you hit the dot at the start. I'd prefer not to be walked through the solution. Although I do appreciate the thought. need to go around this way, wouldn't I? Oh wait, I'm a complete fool. There's no rule that says differently coloured stars can't be in the same region. That's why I was struggling, because I was trying to separate the magenta from the green. But of course that's not required. Right, let's start with the solution we already had. And see what's wrong with it. What's wrong with it is I need to contain that black piece. Oops. Careless of me. There we go, that wasn't too bad. I think that's already the solution. There we go, I got there in the end. Once I realised that what I was trying to do wasn't what was being asked, it fell into place quite quickly. Interesting. Perfect. Sorry for the overstepping. That's alright. I know you meant well. I mean, I can't help but notice that this isn't open yet. So the question becomes, what am I supposed to be solving now? Like, it's all very well giving me another board like this, but maybe it opens if I connect it up, but I'm dubious of that. Well, we can try it. Oh, this is in addition to any other one. That's interesting. Why? What's the benefit of that? Is odd. Because I can't cross the other beam, can I? Certainly not. But I must be able to get over here. To state the obvious, to be able to interact with this in the first place. You know what I could try? do before? Clearly wasn't that. Oh dear. What did I do before? Don't think it was anything like that. That was probably like that. Although I don't think it was, because I don't think I had this much room over here, but close enough. I'm thinking, what's keeping the white and the black pieces separate? I mean, it's a horizontal line across here, isn't it? Yeah, in a sense, I'm cutting it into three. There's a horizontal line approximately here and a vertical line approximately here, and that's also pairing these up. So I'm trying to think, is there another way I can create a line that lets me travel over here without restricting the amount of space that, or by minimizing the restriction of the movement of the other beam? I take it this won't work, no, because I still have to obey all the rules. It's not like the games. Maybe it's not possible to connect up over here without the use of the other beam. Maybe that's why it exists. No, that's far too restrictive. How would I separate these? Right, I don't want to contain these over here because then I'm blocking the way to this exit. So if I'm not going over there, I must be containing these two and these two more directly. But how do I contain these two without also blocking the path of the beam over there? Okay, let's just go back to my previous solution quickly. Perhaps this requires multiple stages. That could be it. Perhaps as long as the whole system that is taking into account both beams is in a valid state at any given point in time. Perhaps I move through a series of board states. So something like that. And now I have the ability to do that, but that... I can't really do anything now. Ah, that is it. So having both of these activated at the same time opens the door. That's good to know. That's good information. What I'm thinking is, can I... This shouldn't be valid, no. What I'm thinking is, could I set this up in such a way that I'm able to use one of the beams to contain some of the stars, and then that allows... And then if I were to run back to the other side, that might then open up other solutions over there. And I did it again, I've forgotten what I did. I must have gone down there. I must have gone round there. Right, I think I can now contain 2 of the stars from this side. Yes. Wrong way. Now hopefully I can get a bridge over there. And it should be easier because 2 of the stars are already contained. Like so. No? Oh, of course. That makes life difficult. Hold on, how did I have this set up before? Is it like that? I think I also need to contain the white, if I can. I can't at present. But because I have... We'll have to check. I think because of the placement of the orange beam. Yeah, I can take a much more direct route here, which then frees up loads of space for the orange beam to contain the white, and then I can finally make the blue bridge to our desired destination. Right, this should just work now. No, sorry, this should just work now. Ooh, got there in the end. I liked that one actually. That was a good one. Okay. So I'm in the middle, I can go up or down, can I? Is that what this is telling me? Hello? Now it's got me paranoid. Like expecting puzzles to pop out all over the place. That's when we reach the bottom, a swarm of bats with puzzles strapped to them will fly past. Interesting. When I step, is that going to activate things? No? No, just looks like a series of... Oh, hello. A series of straightforward puzzles on the ground, okay? Oh, I'm getting worried now. If the puzzles that I've already solved aren't supposed to be the final puzzle, how difficult is the final puzzle going to be? Ah, we had problems with these before, didn't we? Yeah. Because the game doesn't like it when you have multiple shapes in the same region as a try point, because presumably it can't figure out which shape it is you're claiming that you have drawn incorrectly. Interesting. Ah. Yeah, this is gonna be a problem, I think. Oh no. We're good. Oh, of course. This is just a symmetrical one. Oh, I see. These are creating shapes they want me to... reproduce. That raises the obvious question. Could I have given one of these puzzles a solution which is in itself correct, but which creates which is an impossibility on the larger board here? Notably, none of these can be rotated. Oh, I think I need to copy this out into my physical notes. Nearly there. Right. So here we have an L shape. Here we have just a 1x3 horizontal piece. Up here we have a truncated L shape, and we have another truncated L shape up there, but it's slightly rotated. Whew. Okay. So if we put that there, then that gets two of them. We could slot that in there, I suppose. Or there. Either way works. Well, that does to be fair, that does make a particular region of it easier to deal with. So perhaps we do that. So far we have that. That could go down there. If that went there. Let me check this. So that goes there. Oh, but I'm gonna be hamstrung by the fact that I'm doing this symmetrically, aren't I? Yeah, whatever shape I come up with in the end has to be symmetrical. Oh no. Hold on, let me double check. Is that symmetry about, yeah, the center line? I reckon I was probably right then. That there's a specific combination of shapes I'm supposed to supposed to be using here. I'm just thinking about the shapes in my head. How I could possibly put these together to create a symmetrical shape. It's not just that it has to be symmetrical, but it has to fit on a 5x5 grid. So, for example, a symmetrical shape which is a width of 2 couldn't fit on here because I can only give it a width of 5, 3 or 1, nothing else at any given point. So it must have an odd width at all points. Yeah, that doesn't work. Because of their placement, I think this puzzle is in a way a little bit deceptive. Because at face value, you might think that it's coming up with a combination of shapes which which tessellate well together, such that you can hit all 4 points. But I think honestly, any sufficiently large shape placed on this 5x5 grid is bound to end up hitting all 4 of these points. So it really is more about getting the symmetry as opposed to anything else. This one's a mystery. It's easy to see how you could put 2 L-shaped pieces or 2 truncated L-shaped pieces together to make something symmetrical. But I have to somehow fit in either a 2x2 block or a 1x3 block. At least 1x3 would fit nicely on this grid. Whereas 2x2 would only work in combination with another piece which I don't think we even have a single piece that would work. No, I think I might be wrong. I don't think it can be the 2x2 piece. I think due to the odd width rule and the shapes that I happen to have access to, I couldn't. Now, I'll tell you what might work. If I had an L-shaped piece that I could rotate like that, yes. Maybe. No, I'm still missing the other bits I would need, I think. No, I see what I was thinking. I'd also need a piece like that. So I'm thinking you have your 2x2 piece, and then you have your... Which way up would this be? You have your L-shaped bit there. This is your 2x2. Well, you've got a missing bit here, which could be filled in by another L-shaped bit. Then you just have to fill in the top. Unfortunately, one of these bits isn't going to work. Because this would be... I'd have to select the 2x2 on here. I'd need the rotatable L from here. I'm not sure which version. I'd have to think about it, but one of those two. I mean, it's essentially just chirality, isn't it? But that means I'd also need to select this piece, and then this piece would have to be one of the truncated L's, which that's where it would fall down. The solution I was just thinking of wouldn't work with that being the remaining piece. How would it work? Like, I could take 2 of these pieces and I could fit them together to create a piece that's 2x3, like say here. I could take another 1x3, put that on top, but then I'm stuck for the final piece again. Another obvious combination would be 2 of these. But then we'd end up with a 2x4 piece, which isn't very useful. I I suppose you could also arrange them into a ring, but then you've got a empty gap right in the middle, which we have no way of, given that the beam can't cross itself, we have no way of drawing that. Plus it would have to not... You'd also... Not only would you not be able to do a ring because the beam can't go into itself, but you'd also have to cross the outside to get onto the inside, which would also not work. Ignoring the fact that this is symmetrical, what I mean is that you can't do rings for that reason, but you'd have to go in to do the ring anyway. Unfortunately, this would be easier to demonstrate with a larger grid area that I have access to. But if you can imagine this was a 3x3 instead of a 2x2, I'd have to go on the inside to do the ring to do the hole of the donut, as it were. Anyway, so there's two good reasons why that wouldn't work. What else? What else could we try? Well, when you think about it, these three are each offering pieces which include additional a single piece that's coming off from a vertical line. And they're going to be difficult because they're going to be off-center. Something that we would have to correct. No, that would have the wrong width. I was just thinking, could you have a 2x2 in the center and then like two corner pieces followed by one L-shaped piece? That still wouldn't go all the way round, would it? No, you'd need 4 corner pieces to go all the way round, and like I say, then you'd end up with a 4x4, so that's not it. Oh, what else could it be? Two L-shaped bits and one corner piece, and the 2x2 might work. So you have your 2x2, you put an L shape on it. Actually, let's put it up here. You have your 2x2, you put an L shape on it, you put another L shape on it. Oh no, that works on its own. You then don't need the corner piece, do you? It is notable that two L-shaped bits and a 2x2 can make a 3x3 region. Sorry, a 3x4 region. Can I do a similar sort of thing with one corner piece and a 1x3? Maybe. No, I don't think so. Wait a minute. No, wrong width. That doesn't work. I was thinking 2 L-shaped bits, 2 corner bits. But no, in the configuration I was just thinking of, that wouldn't work. Ooh. L-shaped bit. Corner bit inside. Another L-shaped bit. Another L-shaped bit. But then that's got a width of 2. What's its height? It's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But that's no good, because even if we put it horizontally, we won't be able to hit all these points. Okay, that's a shame. What else could we do? Hold on. I nearly had something there and then I forgot it. Oh, I know what I was thinking, but that would have required too many L-shaped bits, more than I have access to. Never mind. Tricky. Admittedly, we can go down to a width of 1 if necessary. Trouble is, it's difficult to see how that could happen and still stay symmetrical. Maybe I'm overthinking this. Maybe it's enough that I could create two pairs of shapes at work. Maybe. But what would the pairings be? This side, it's not that difficult to see a pairing. Given that, in theory, I could leave the central bit missing. I said before that a width of 2 wouldn't work, but it would work if I had the same on both sides. So if I say had these two filled in and these two filled in and left that empty, that would work. Hello, Jenny. It's going so-so. This is a reasonably, well, I'm finding it reasonably hard, this one. But I don't think I could make a sensible shape out of either a 1x3 and a corner piece or a 2x2 and a corner piece. What if I paired them this way? So I'd have an L-shaped piece. Still not easy to see. A good candidate shape from that. Okay, so back to combining all four and trying to put them in the center. I'm starting to think this is perhaps the most awkward one, because it's difficult to fit the L shapes into this grid. Interesting how much harder it gets when it suddenly gives me a bit of freedom. Let's think about this a different way. This here I have a choice between having an additional 3 squares or an additional 3 squares, so add 3. Here I have a choice between 3 or 4. Here is 4 or 4, so 7, then plus 3 or 4. Here it's 4 or 3. So the lowest I could choose, yeah, it's 3 or 4 in 2 cases. So the least I could choose is 7 plus 6, so 13. The most I could choose is 7 plus 8, so 15. I mean, 15 is divisible by 3. That suggests that I should consider whether I could make a 5x3 region. It certainly doesn't prove that such a combination is possible, because the shapes available may not tessellate that way. And certainly there are shapes that are possible which aren't divisible by 3. Like you could have 3, 1, 3, for example, if you had the right shapes. Which has a total area of 7, but I mean, we've been stuck on this a while. It's a reasonable a reasonable way to try and think about things differently, I would suggest. So if that were the case, I would have to pick the 2x2, and I would have to pick the L here, not the corner piece. If I put one on top of another, I'd end up with something which already has a height of 5, but it only has a width of 2 at its most wide part. What else would I have? I'd have a corner piece and an L-shaped bit, and that's what I would have to complete it with. And I don't think that can be done. Not that way round, no. Alright, how else could I put them together? I could have a 2x2 with an L shape next to it. But I'd still be stuck, because although I could put an L shape in there, a corner piece would not fit in the last bit. What if they were the other way round? If I had the L shape over here and the 2x2 there, does that make any difference? Does it say 2x2? No, I do mean 2x2, don't I? No, I don't think that helps. Other possibilities, the L on top or the 2x2 square on top, so you could have that and then you could have that. An L could fit in there, but then you're stuck there. Wait, are you stuck? So 2x2 on top, L shape, then a corner piece goes in, then an L shape goes in, and then you've done it. Right. Do I have the right pieces to do that? Because, for example, a L-shaped piece that way round could never be rotated to be that way round. That's a mirror image. And this isn't a shape that has what would be the proper term? It doesn't have, it isn't its own reflection? Well, let me see. I actually want an L shape which is in each direction, and I can definitely do that. Ah, but this piece can't be rotated. This one can. Is that the end of the world, though? Possibly not. It would mean that the L shape would presumably be there, though. So the shape I described before now has to be rotated. But then I don't have the correct... No, I do have the correct corner piece for this. Okay, hold on, let me redraw this on its side. So that goes there, that goes there, that goes there, that goes there. Alright. So we've got that piece. We've got that piece. We've definitely got that piece. And yeah, we would have that piece because the 2x2 is its own reflection. It doesn't matter how we rotate it either. It's always the same shape. About 90 degrees. So I think we may have the solution. Hold on. But how do I get the 2x2 if the tri-point's there? I can't. Why? Oh. Let me double check I can, but I'm pretty sure the game will reject this. Yeah, it hates it. Yeah, it will not accept a solution, which, whoops. It will not accept a solution where there's multiple shapes involved, the tri-point I mean. Oh dear, and I was so close. Am I absolutely certain there is no way I can get a 2x2 out of that? Pretty certain. Yeah. Unlike this one where I really do I have a choice? I was about to say where I do have a choice, but do I? Yeah, I think I do. What would stop me from doing something along the lines of... Hold on, let me think about this. That. Oh, is that not the proper rotation? Then it'd be that. Yeah, I do have a choice here. But I don't appear to have a choice here. Wait, couldn't I just do that? I can! Haha! Okay. Suddenly this is looking doable again. I need the other one here. How am I going to do that? Because I can't do that. And I can't do that. I can't rotate it. And I can't really move it because of where it is. Oh no. This has been very carefully placed to try and prevent me from getting it, hasn't it? Can I do this in a very cheeky way? Can I do something? No. That wouldn't work. It comes down to this. If I can get this shape out, then I think it's doable. Otherwise, it's all the way back to the drawing board to come up with a different solution. I'm out of luck, aren't I? I reckon I am. Due to the requirement that each row be divisible by 3 though, in terms of width, that makes me think that the solution involving 14 can't possibly be correct. It must be the 13 one. Right, what shapes do I have? I have a line and up to 3 corner pieces. No, 2 corner pieces and an L. Can I think of a useful way of combining a line and a corner piece? One that leads to all rows that are divisible by 3. Don't forget, I can't rotate this, so its orientation has already been decided for me. Using one corner piece and one L, you could easily turn it into a 2x5. But then you'd be stuck with one corner piece, which isn't much use. You could also... Using 2 corner pieces, you could also miss out the middle. So having 5, 2 and 2 without the middle bit. Well, what are you then left with? You're left with an L shape, aren't you? Which isn't much use. Not sure this was supposed to have stumped me this long. What to do with the L-shaped pieces? If only I could have got that L-shaped piece out of there. No, I don't think so. There must be a way of combining two corner pieces, an L and a straight line, usefully, that I'm not seeing. It's interesting that the L, in effect, has two empty positions, and each corner piece provides potentially one of those. That's an idea. Could that work? Yes, but so I was thinking you have an L-shaped bit and then you have a corner bit on top of it, or suddenly you've got a 2x3 and a 1 on top. Put your 3 on top of that and, well, you've got a shape that's possible to draw. But the problem with that is that you still haven't, there's still got an extra corner piece that you haven't assigned anywhere. Yeah, that's a good point, because the numbers, hold on, how many squares would I have in total? I'd have 4 and 3 and 3, so I'd have 10 in total. Now if everything needs to be divisible by 3, sorry, it has to be, if the width of every row has to be odd, how many ways could that work? You could have 5 and 5, or you could have 3, 3, 3, and 1. 5 and 5 seems much more likely, doesn't it? So by 5 and 5, I obviously mean 2 times 5. I was listing the row widths. But what would that look like? I don't think you can do it. I don't think they tessellate like that. You might have the numbers, but you don't have the shapes. What about the 3, 3, 3 and 1? Is that attainable? So 3, 3, yeah, that's right, you'd have 3 3s and 1 1. Row widths. How many am I going to end up in total? 13, isn't it? What's 13 going to look like? 4 3s and a 1? And again, this can be rotated. So I can't use it to plug a vertical gap of 3. That water. Concerning. I think I know how you do it. Yes. You have one L shape lying flat like that, then you have a corner piece like that, and then a corner piece which is the same way round on top of that. Suddenly you've got a 3x3 area with a 1 on top, and then you crown it with the 1x3 here, or you could put it underneath, either way. Right, so for this to work I need 2... Oh, but I don't have 2 corner pieces of the same orientation because I'm not allowed to rotate them. Can I do it anyway? Not very easily. One of them needs to be facing up for this to work. I suppose you could do it the other way round, and then you could have one facing down. But if the other one's facing the other way, how do you slot that into an L-shaped piece? Could the L-shaped piece be the other way up? Yes, they could. That would work as well. So with this idea, you take your L-shaped bit and then you put a corner piece on top of it, and then you put a corner piece on top of that which is the other way up, and then you also end up with a 3x3 with a 1 on top, and the corner bits can be facing the other way. The only requirement here is that the corner bits need to be rotations of each other by 180 degrees. That is to say that if the one facing down, the one pointing down as it were, has the extra bit on the right, then the one pointing up has to have the extra bit on the left. Those two do not fill that requirement. These two do. That is if I were to select that one. Okay, getting somewhere. How do I do this? Oh, please don't tell me that this isn't doable. It's not doable, is it? No, will that work? No, that won't work. That's how I did it before. No, that can't be how I did it before. I must have done it like that before. But that doesn't work over there. That does. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. Alright, now I need to get this piece, the one that can rotate, make sure it's the right one. Let's see, that one's pointing up, that one's pointing down, so that one needs to slot into position. That is the correct one. And that can crown it? No, that needs to go under... Where does it need to go? It needs to go underneath. So in theory, this should now be solvable as just this. No, I made a mistake. What went wrong? This one can rotate. So this piece is there. I think. No, sorry. This piece is... Oh, is it there? Oh, I just want the other one. That's on me. Wait, did I conclude that I couldn't get the other one? Or was that over there? I can get this one. So, to confirm... That piece must be there. Which means that piece is here. Which means this piece has been rotated round and is here. Yes, so, solution. This piece, rotate it around 180 degrees, it's here, it's occupying these squares. This piece, occupying these squares. This piece, occupying these squares. Shift it all up by one. Let's start again. This piece, bottom. This takes the bottom three. Then, followed by this piece, which is taking these squares. Then this piece takes these squares, this piece takes those squares. That's our solution. Hello Pengy, welcome back. Why was that rejected? So the L-shaped piece, we know we're allowed to rotate it. That one's good. The top right corner piece hasn't been rotated. So that one's good. It's only been translated. The next corner piece, that's not been rotated, so that one's good. And we have the right at the bottom, we have the 1x3. The game's wrong, isn't it? That's the solution. So to recap, this piece here, this piece, rotate 180 degrees here, this piece here, this piece here, and we do capture all the shape origin points as well, and we go from the start to the end. We meet all the symmetry rules. What didn't I do? Kirchhoff, want to know why it doesn't work? It's lovely to meet you, Kirchhoff. Yes, I would like to know why it doesn't work. The bottom right can't rotate. Oh, since it's not diagonal when you solve it. Oh. Thank you. Back to the drawing board. This may take a while longer. I'm sorry to say. So like I said before, I think... Wait, did I conclude that I couldn't get that bit? I did, didn't I? So yeah, I think that means that the only choice is between those two and those two in terms of pieces available to me. This one I'm pretty sure must be the piece I pick here. Because otherwise the total number of squares that I end up can't be divided into only row widths of odd numbers, if I recall correctly. Because I'd end up with 14 squares in total. Oh no, that could be 5, 3, 3 and 3, couldn't it? That's a possibility then. Well, that's another thing to consider. Alrighty then. Let's say that's it. And so I'm looking for 5, 3, 3 and 3. How would I make that out of the shapes at my disposal? Well, it's easy to see how two corner pieces could make pair of 3s, but I'd need to get a 3 and a 5. Out of a corner piece and a... Sorry, out of a L shape and a square. And it would have to be symmetrical as well, so you couldn't do the obvious, you lie the... I'm not allowed to lie the L shape on its side, am I? I can't rotate it. Although it is worth bearing in mind... Oops, did that wrong. Could I have just... Is there a way I could have rotated this? What shape did I need? I needed something like that, didn't I? Oh, ha, ha, ha. Huzzah! Kaloo-kalay, joyous day. Thank you, Pengi. This is a very interesting place. So it's clearly... This is clearly not entirely natural. This has been carved out of the rock, and it has big pillars for support. But why would you make all these hexagons? I think there are some natural structures that can form hexagons like that. Anyway, let's keep going. Of course. Wait, am I on a clock here? That's not nice. Okay, good. I do get another chance, but they change it. Why? Was I not miserable enough already? Clearly not. Good evening, all you awesome people here. Good evening, Geisha. Welcome to the world of randomizers. I don't like it. I want to go back home. Please don't make me have to do both in this tiny amount of time. Oh, did I do that wrong? Yes. No? Yes, because I didn't include that one in the solution. Of course not. As long as I can solve one and that stays solved, I think we'll be alright. You stay solved. Don't you dare go back. Good. I don't suppose you've ever seen a man intimidate a puzzle into staying solved. Unless I'm being daft, that's just a straight line, isn't it? Oh, I am being daft. Oh, of course, I need to separate them. Ooh, that's a new mechanic. I'm doing quite well, Yisha. Oh, I must have made a mistake. I don't think this is supposed to be hard. I think I'm just tired. There we go. Got there in the end. Oh dear. The game's gonna actually make me think about this, isn't it? Wait, hold on. Can I just do this? Ah. I suspect the answer is yes, but I need to make sure. I need to finish with a route open to get there, which makes it interesting. What I probably need to do then is make it very close to there, then fill everything in from one side to the other. Ah, yes. Got there. Are these being revealed as I go? They must be. I'm alright, thanks. Just utterly tired and exhausted. Got like 2 hours of sleep last night. I had a very, very long day today. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Yisha. I hope you get a lot more sleep tonight. Nearly. Wow, these are trippy, aren't they? It's funny, I'm pretty sure I do have to go around twice, at least to some degree. To properly... Oh, there we go. Nope. To properly separate the middle ones, I was going to say. Maybe it'd be better off trying to separate the blacks that are on the outside rather than the whites that are in the middle. Yeah, that worked better. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I can show the load game screen. 396 solved apparently. Oh, there are different start points. I should have noticed that a long time ago. That's all right. That's going to be a problem. We have to travel... Obviously we have to travel through here. It's unlikely we're going down unless we've skipped most of the most of the second row. But if we'd done that, yeah, we'd get stuck anyway, wouldn't we? So therefore, it's reasonable to assume that, wherever that was, that this is the exact point where we travel from the third row to the fourth, numbering them going upwards. That's a problem. Oh, I know, I should draw it out and do it properly. Rather than just trying to fluke it. Ah, there's more than one point like this. That raises questions. This is an interesting section actually, just this bit, because if I travel up here then I'm already stuck, since I can't get that bit anymore without getting trapped. If I go this way, then I also get stuck for the same reason. Perhaps I'm supposed to do something. No, that's not going to work. That probably means I'm not supposed to approach from that direction then. That doesn't help. You have an idea, do you? This section here is interesting because there's at least 2 opportunities to go all the way up to the top. I probably don't want to go around there. Have a section solved at least. I may ask you for a nudge if I get well and truly stuck. Really hard to get a full mental picture of the puzzle, but I might have a solution to it even, but not sure at all. Yeah, I know, if I wanted to make a proper go of this, I should copy it out, so that I could reason about it more readily. last. So close indeed. That's the same as the section before, isn't it? How did I solve it? Oh, I did a U shape. Coming from the other way. So what did I do? A U shape, but then I get stuck there, so there must be more to it than that. Oh, a U shape like that and then that? I would just keep going in the same pattern. I see. And then we get into a problem there. Interesting. Where is that bit? It's here. If I do that, how do I get the bit down there? I can't. Perhaps I have to start here. Do that, then this, and so on. All the way up. Back round maybe? No, that must be where I finish. So then I follow this down? Yeah, but then you end up with that problem. So even this section's interesting. Where was the end? That was the end. I don't want to... There we go. Now I can go around this way. No. Alrighty, I'm copying it out. I'll do this properly. So far so good. Right, that goes to the end. I suppose I should start following it around the other way, shouldn't I? At least this bit's easy to draw, since everything's connected up. Right, I think I've got all that copied out. Yes. So if I've counted correctly, there's only 6 columns. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Just loaded up the game to try the puzzle myself, and the solution I thought I had was wrong. Just check the total driving distance today. 460 miles. Oh my goodness, that's horrendous. So the main feature of this one is that you have a disconnect here, then a disconnect here, then a disconnect here, and a disconnect here. So you just have a sort of diagonal disconnect that makes its way up. Although I suppose one important difference is that down here the disconnect is only upwards, whereas in all other ones it's on the side and upwards. So intuitively it feels like there should be a solution. Wait, that's wrong. Ah, okay. Yes, I see the problem. Doesn't mean I know how to solve it yet, but I see it. But then this creates problems of its own. Dear, 11 hours total. I only really have two choices here, don't I? Either follow it along that way or I follow it along this way. I don't think I have another choice, do I? Because if I were to reach this point and not go that way, I could never complete it. Because the only other path available would be upwards from here and then I'd be stuck. So it stands to reason that I must be riding the diagonal along to some degree. And there's an opposite diagonal as well, isn't there? That also needs to be dealt with. Very interesting how trying to go along that diagonal creates these shapes that I can't then go round and fill in later though. Like here. Even though I have good reason to believe I do actually have to go along the diagonal like this. How did I partially solve it before? Forgotten. I seem to remember it involved U-shapes in some way. Very difficult one. That's a good idea. I should add a luck message, shouldn't I? Also, have a happy luck, Terminus. Most of that was unlocking. I don't know Twitch norms very well. That would be fun and annoying to add as a sound alert. Thanks for lurking in TTS. I've gone wrong already, haven't I? Yeah, I must have. Okay, so, for the reasons I've previously stated, I know if I get here, I must go here. There's no other choice, and so on. But the problem is, as I'm doing that, I'm creating shapes I can't fill in. So far as I'm aware. So how do we get round that? That's a rhetorical question. What else have I reasoned about this puzzle? Not a lot, to be fair. I was just thinking, if I want to ensure I have a way to the end, then I obviously have to leave enough nodes open for me to go back. I get stuck here now. This is very close to being done, I think. So if I were then to go back up this way, yeah, it's not quite right, but you can see it's close. Let me check which ones end up being left specifically. So that obviously has to be left pathed over. That one does as well. This one doesn't, but that one does, which is a problem. That's where the problems start. So how far along is that? 1, 2, yeah, 2 along. So if we follow it down, the other one that's a problem is there. Don't know what to do about those two. I know once I reach here I have to go here and then I have to go here. What if I approached from the other side? This will at most have only solved half the problem. No, then I get trapped here. Can I fill everything in but the diagonal path up? No, because this one's going to be a problem. All I've done here is effectively shifted that diagonal path across, haven't I? And now I've created a diagonal path down. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. TNT. Maybe some other starting point. Yeah, I have been thinking that. I haven't quite worked out why I would choose this one yet, though. As opposed to this one. Or this one. I'm sure there must be a reason. Oh, because I could never get in here. That makes sense. If I chose this one, then when I'm doing the diagonals, I could never get back. If I then try to go back into here, there's only one. I'd get stuck, is what I'm saying. It'd be a dead end because I started there. Again, another one that's close but not quite it. It's almost like the problem is, almost like, I'm not saying this is the problem, this bit, because when I'm going back round it creates a 2 gap here, not a 1 gap, so that the going up diagonally doesn't work. I'm in a similar problem here. Trapped. I've already copied it out onto my paper notes, so but thank you for the suggestion. Because there's only 2 ways into the end point, I'm probably only doing two what am I trying to say? I'm probably only doing 2 it's not quite a circuit, is it? 2 lengths up and down the board. Now, because there's 6 columns, that implies I'm probably supposed to take out three columns at a go at a time, but how could I possibly do that? Because you run into problems even as far back as here. I am still streaming, Charcoal, and it's lovely to see you. It is peculiar. Well, hold on. I know once I reach this point, I have to go up. There is no alternative. There are good reasons to believe that. So my first few moves are already... Up to this point, I've had no choice. Even my choice of... I haven't even had a choice of starting point. For reasons that we explained before. I suppose I could have gone left instead of right. That was a choice. Maybe that was the wrong choice that I made. But inevitably I'm going to end up this way if I go right from the start. At the spot to the bottom you get in but no option to go out. Yes. So that means we can dismiss going right at the start. I must have to go left. Supposing I go up like this. I didn't have to, but I chose to in that case. I run into a problem there. Yes, and I'd run into a problem there. So I'm probably not supposed to do that. Am I stuck here? Pretty sure I am. Yeah. What happens if I just follow it all the way along? And go up here, follow it all the way along. Go up here, follow it all the way along. Well, it was going well for a time. Oh, of course, because back here, my decision's already been made for me. And we end up in the same problem we were before, but sort of delayed. delayed by 1 row. Well, I suppose technically delayed by 1 row is still an improvement. Supposing I go all the way to the top. Then I follow it all the way around. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. I'd have to start walking it down here. And then I'm trapped. So that's presumably not the solution. Right, at this point I have no choice. At this point I have no choice, because if I go here, then that's not completable either. So if I go there I lose my choices, so I have to go here. And you can see you're going to end up with the same problem up here. So I'd have to start walking back through here. But then I've left a big middle bit unfilled. Maybe I'm supposed to zigzag up along here. Like so. Ah. Well, now we have a problem, don't we? Yes. Yes, we do. By the time I get here, I have to zigzag up here, don't I? And then I run into problems. So I can't go there. So the area I'm allowed to go is sort of decreasing on both sides, I think. I definitely want that. But then I'd need to get down here and not get stuck, which I can't. So I get here. I think the only thing I can do is go straight up, isn't it? Well, for the reasons we've explained, we know I must have to start here and I must have to go left. That's we can be fairly certain of. Sorry about the game going quiet. There we go. That happens whenever I click off. Interestingly, when I walk the diagonals, is always in the same direction. It's from bottom left to top right, whether I'm doing the top bit or the bottom bit. Could that be some knowledge I could make better use of? I know I missed a bit there, I'm experimenting. Yeah, that doesn't quite work, does it? Though, it's not far off. It's not far off at all. I think that might be the same two we identified before. No, it's not actually. It's two different points we missed. blast. That was the solution I thought of that I had to test. Yeah. Well, to be fair, that puts you, what, about half an hour ahead of me or so? It's odd the ones that get left behind, really. Can I pick up the slack? No. Very easily. So I had some ability there. I could choose which one gets left. Would I be right in assuming if I did this... No, that just gets me trapped. Goodness me. Anything else useful we can say? I'd be surprised if the solution didn't involve walking up diagonally at all. In fact, it's bound to involve either walking down diagonally or walking up diagonally, isn't it? It couldn't not. Walking down diagonally has the disadvantage that you can easily get trapped. But that is bi-directional there. So supposing I went straight up, then along, and start going down, I am going to get trapped though. I'd have to leave myself at least one more space, which that hasn't done. And I think that's just gonna... I think that same logic just regresses infinitely, such as wherever I choose to cut across, I'm going to trap myself. So I'm probably not walking down, I probably am walking up at some point. I might be walking down the other side. Here. How do we avoid that from happening? we try to go along and then go back like this, ultimately the problem we end up with is if we go back this way, we can't go up because that side has no way back up. Why did we not have that problem initially? As in on the road below? Because it did have a way up, it's an exception. That's not very helpful. And as we say, once we get here, we have to walk it up diagonally. There's no choice. There's probably a very elegant solution to this. I'm just not seeing it. Don't know about elegant, but yes. Well, I'm thinking it's probably elegant because it's so symmetrical. It is very notable that the fact that this is effectively an exception. Although, is it an exception? Or should I really be taking this point as the origin point? Whichever way I go, I'm in trouble. So I shouldn't have gone there. Shouldn't have gone there. And since my either choice from here is wrong, they both must be wrong. But then I'm going to have no way back. When we got close in the past, there was always two points left behind, wasn't there? So perhaps there's, to make this work, perhaps there's a specific 2 I need to... make sure I've grabbed. Well, that fell apart quite quickly, didn't it? It is odd. The fact that if I were to reach this point, I've already lost all choice for a very long time. I have to walk my way up the diagonal. Otherwise you can very easily prove that it's no longer solvable. Hold on, what point is farthest away from both diagonals? That is the top edge and the bottom edge. Probably whatever's free round from here. There, probably. Supposing I were to walk this. That's probably just going to end badly, isn't it? Have a nudge saved up if you need. How many different solutions do you think this pillar might have? 1 or 2? And I suspect if it's 2, they're probably very similar solutions. If I go here, I lose all choice. Must have to go here. But then what? One, 2. Hold on, I started here. 1, 2, 3. Maybe something like that, and then... No. That was successful in a kind of way. Yeah, less so now. You know, in terms of getting most... That's the old problem. I get here and I have no choice. Hmm. Yeah, I think I'm gonna need that nudge, unfortunately. I've been stubbornly resisting it, but... I need to make progress. You've already concluded that you need to follow it to the sides, but do you need to follow it to the top? First 4 moves would probably unravel the lot. I'm fairly certain once I get here I have no choice but to go all the way, don't I? Strictly speaking, I don't have to go here, do I? That becomes a problem though. How do I get that bit as well? That's not going to work. Back to the old, only 2 left. Getting closer. Oh my goodness. So I was thinking about what I could do different at the start, and I had the idea of doing the little U shape to collect a few more. That didn't work when I was doing it over here, because by the time I made it over to the bit where I had to start staircasing back up, I effectively had the wrong parity, as it were. If you imagine the path going up and down, I ended up in the wrong bit. So I then shifted that U shape along by one. It had been here. I shifted it over here, walked my way around, staircased my way back up. Didn't stop right at the top, as had been hinted at, which meant I had to start going down if I wanted to collect all of them, and then, well, it just sort of unravelled from there. I would assume this is the only solution. It is symmetrical. It's the same as I had. There's basically only one solution to this puzzle. The only difference between the two possible solutions is the starting point. Well, okay, two solutions. Since there are two starting locations, it should work, but those are the same in my opinion. Yes, exactly. Oh dear. Oh, look at that. Interesting that there's no sign of any water damage. It is very little. Right, where were we? This one. Wonderful. Interesting. Well, that one didn't take as long. What have we got here? Oh, wait. We have stars? Interesting. A bit easier than the previous. Oh, and this is symmetrical. Wonderful. I was just thinking this wasn't hard enough. Where am I going? Here. Oh, dearie me. Yes, I must say I agree that the difficulty does seem to fluctuate unexpectedly quite a lot. So I could start at the top if I wanted. How am I even going to do that? Hold on. That's interesting. So the beam travels towards itself, as opposed to the beam always being opposite. You know, you could, if I'm moving clockwise, it's moving counterclockwise. Actually, I say clockwise and counterclockwise because I'm looking at the angled surface. That doesn't actually make sense. It only really makes sense if you're looking from it from above and down, or from below and up. But But yes, the point I'm making is if I'm travelling right, it's travelling left, not it always travels in the same direction I do. I had a friend who struggled really hard with a lot of the game, but immediately grokked the pillar puzzles without issue. Interesting. I probably... Oh no, that wasn't the problem. Hold on. How am I to keep these two together? That is a very good question. I also had friends who ran really hard into the accessibility issues in this game. Oh dear. Sorry to hear that. I suppose the easiest way would be just to make sure... No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. Okay. I've not known anyone personally who couldn't handle the flashing lights, but I'm a fan of the warning nevertheless because of the stories I've read. Yes, Penky very rightly pointed out that there should be a warning. To be honest, people with photosensitivity to that degree generally avoid all unvetted media. Yeah, that makes sense. The one concession made in this game for accessibility is a joke. I don't suppose that's the fact they added running in, is it? Not that that's really accessibility, but you did say it's a joke. No, I can't really explain. I understand. Interesting. Just seeing how the various paths I could take end up affecting me later on. I feel like there's probably a very simple solution to this. Okay, what can we say? There is definitely a line here and a line here. There has to be. In fact, yeah, that's interesting. So I could just go straight up here. Oh no, because there also needs to be a separator along here, obviously. He says obviously after having already done it wrong. Okay, that was close. Closer than we've... That's the closest we've been yet on this one. Suppose the next question becomes, how do I not cause those to end up in a separate area, like that? That was a guess. Ooh. Oof, I need to go to bed. Take care, everyone. Good night, sleep well. You too, Yisha. I hope you have a much better night's sleep tonight. I won't be doing this for much longer, I don't think. Next stream would be Friday. Obviously, you're in no way obliged to turn up, but I thought you'd like to know. Though you probably knew that already, to be fair. Save after next puzzle. It auto-saves. Okie doke. I'm guessing that this takes me to the end of the game. Not necessarily the final, well, if there's a cutscene, final cutscene or what have you, but I'm guessing I'm taken to an area from which I cannot return. Is this also going to be symmetrical? No, I don't think so. Yes. Wonderful. There's never a point of no return in any game. You just have to replay everything. Well, for any given save, there certainly is. I learned that playing The Legend of Corandia. When I was, what, 9 or 10? And also, I'm pretty sure there are some ARGs that might disagree with you. How far off is this? Is it 3? Yeah. So in theory, I should only ever have to move up to 2 away. I think. Args are absolutely their own monstrosity, though. Oh, someone travelled to the final island without having a flower. Oh, don't remind me. Are you telling me that's the final island? Like, I never found out. I just didn't play the game again. Because I didn't know about making multiple saves back then. Because, like, this was when I was very young. Hold on, what do I have to... This is column 0. Yeah, we'll call that column 0. So there's 0 to 5. What position is that in? 1, 2, 3, 4. None there. Oh, okay, fine. That approach isn't going to work. I suppose I could double the number of columns and rows to make that work, so I can have half coordinates. At least Karanji 2 doesn't have any soft locks except one. I played a lot of La Malana. There's a softlock in the base game that isn't quite unwinnable by Insanity, but you have to try really hard to do it. Ever play Sierra Text Adventures? So many was to get stuck. You know, I don't think I did play a lot of Sierra Text Adventures. I've played a few text adventures. I've played quite a few of the Sierra Adventure games. Unwinnable by design was Sierra's modus operandi. Oh, hello Orion, it's lovely to see you. It's going reasonably well. Albeit slowly. Sierra Adventures are just softlock simulators. I think some of the later games weren't so bad, from what I recall. There we go. Oh, thank you everyone. Oh, thank you for the bits, Orion. I will ask, given the time, is there a lot more for me to do once I go through here? Thank you, Jenny. It's fine. Okay. Just to confirm, your game is saved automatically before a point of no return. Bit underwhelming. What am I missing? Ah. So you can return here for other puzzles if desired. Foiled at the doors. Yes, can you imagine? End game, you say?
A star at dawn.
At dawn.
Okay. Is this Willy Wonka's island or something? Thank you, said Wonka Vader. I mean, this is very scenic, but it doesn't seem very productive. Also, I'm noticing a distinct lack of safety rails,
A
or
bubble
A bubble in a stream.
in a stream.
indeed anything holding me in. Aside from my sheer will not to go splat. Yeah, they just removed the guardrails before flying up, yes. I noticed that. I mean, it would spoil the view. How did it manage that? In fact, where has it gone? I appear to just be flying now. Yeah, the rails were an illusion. You could fly all along. That would have made things a lot easier. Well, in some ways.
A flash of lightning in a summer
A
cloud.
flash of lightning in a summer cloud.
I never did the town, did I? It was a town and the area between the temple and the jungle that I knew about but never did. And I also found those solutions to that hexagon puzzle which I never found. Oh, and there was also an area underneath the windmill which I never completed. I seem to be very, very small, judging by the lack of disturbance to the water
A flickering lamp.
The flickering lamp.
and my point of view. There's an Easter egg in Talos Principle that includes a jetpack. It makes sure you complete everything non-Easter egg related in the level before letting you get at it. Ooh. Well, sounds like you've got a reason to come back to the game, but let's enjoy the ending for now. And this is where it all began. I say it all began, I'm still pretty clueless about what's actually going on here. Apparently I was a bird all along. And I'm flying backwards. As you do.
A phantom.
A phantom.
Phantom.
A phantom.
Oh no, I'm being sealed away again. Oh, let me guess, the game's reset everything. ready up for the next player to use the island. That's a point. Maybe this was a very expensive holiday package in the near future.
And a dream.
And a dream.
And a dream.
Oh. And the game closed itself. Or crashed. One or the other. Congratulations, you've completed run number 1,418,891 of The Island. Resetting your memory to begin the next. Enjoy! Oh, blimey. So, that was The Witness. It's closed, that's the ending. What did you think? It was quite good. On the positive side, I would say that I can see that the devs put a lot of effort into paying attention to details. They clearly cared a lot about the quality of the game they produced and put a lot of work in, and it shows. But I do, for me, I feel like I wasn't as immersed in it as I was with any of, say, the Myst series, especially Myst and Riven, the Talos Principle, the Obra Dinn. All of those games, I think, did a much better job of, one, immersing you in a world, and two, making the puzzles seem like a natural part of that world. Whereas The Witness felt more like it was just a series of brain teasers, like you might read from a book, that happens to have been put into a beautiful setting. Oh no, your name hasn't been removed from the list. It's that there's two lists because there are so many. Speaking of which, we have someone to add. So thank you, Kirchhoff. There's a lot more to this game. If you don't want to play it yourself more, I have one part that I would recommend you look at, or I can show you on Discord if you want, or the bonus areas. So it will open automatically on a new file. As I said, don't panic. You can load your save back in the elevator. Just have to open the doors and walk out. There's a reason for that. You can find an answer in-game if you're willing to push further. If you don't think it's meant to be immersive... Oh, sorry, I don't think it's meant to be immersive. It's just a bunch of pseudo-philosophical hoo-has as a background to puzzles. By the way, 3 days until Firmament. There is some backstory, just have not found it yet. Oh, thank you for the follow, Terminus Ooze. I'd better add you as well. Yeah, I'm in two minds about playing more. On one hand, I kind of don't want to leave a game unfinished, but I am a bit intimidated about how much is probably left, and we've already seen the end game. I will say the next game I had planned to play, I mean this could change depending upon how people feel and how I feel, but I was thinking of possibly taking a brief break from the puzzle games and playing through Knights of the Old Republic, which I've never played before, but I've heard good things, and I've forgotten who it was, but someone was in here recently who mentioned that they'd been playing through it. So I thought that might make a nice palate cleanser. So yeah, next streams are going to be Friday, Saturday and Monday. I'll think about whether I want to go have another Witness stream and do a bit more, or if I want to go straight to... yeah, I think this is a good finish for the stream, to be honest, unless you want to push Hardcore Witness. Couldn't get into KOTOR. It's very much a game for Star Wars enthusiasts. Oh, interesting. I mean, I know it's a Star Wars game. Again, I've never played it. Okay, I'll think about that. Perhaps I'll... obviously, I don't want to get overly spoiled, so that can be... that there is a certain balance to be struck between looking up a game beforehand and not wanting to be spoiled, but perhaps I'll do a bit more looking, see if I do think it's one I'd get into or not. I don't think it's Hardcore Witness unless you're trying for 100%. I think it's absolutely worth going a bit further. Ooh. Contrary opinions. Chat's in disarray. But yeah, so that's what I'm thinking. And then what would I do after KOTOR? I did buy a game called Antichamber a while back, which I understand to also be a very well-respected puzzle game. So that's what I'm thinking of doing. Obviously, Firmaments are my games that I want to play, but I'm reluctant to play it just after it comes out, because I feel like the competition to stream it is just going to be ridiculous. Makes more sense to wait a few weeks or months. Please keep in mind I'm 100% the audience for what The Witness is trying to do. Antichamber is so good. There's a specific challenge thing that I actually never finished myself. Other than that, the extra content is recommended. Antichamber isn't going to be immersive either. It's not dissimilar to Antichamber in that, but it's still nice. Yeah, I got that impression as well. That's also part of the reason I think I want to take a break. Because after having played a puzzle game like The Witness, nice to play something that is, well, very different before I jump into another game that's similar. Not dissimilar to The Witness, I mean. Yeah. So yeah, that's my thinking. So next stream, Friday, maybe Witness if I decide to push a little further. Maybe Knights of the Old Republic. But at some point, I had been thinking of doing Knights of the Old Republic. If that changes, then I suppose I'll either announce it on stream or on Twitter, or both. And then at some point, Antichamber, probably. So, thank you for coming, everyone. Antichamber is not like Myst. Antichamber is immersive in a very different way. Yeah, I have seen footage of Antichamber. I'm anticipating that it's going to be more along the lines of the Portal games, but without all the lore and, well, immersive elements. More abstract. But we'll see. But yes, thank you for coming, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the stream. And, oh, I think you'll be surprised. Interesting. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Good night.